Alright, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. It's 4 o'clock. I'm here. When you see the Wicker Man in the afterlife, be sure to tell him Jake said hello. There's like these rotoscope shorts animations on YouTube. I think they were originally like uploaded to Instagram. But I found them on YouTube, and they are just the funniest thing I've ever seen. It just makes me think about like rotoscope animation in general. Um, yeah, time's up, time's up. I'm gonna head over to the hangout spot. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Oh, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah. I should probably check to see my states right now because they might be a little funky. Okay, states are good. I've been doing a lot of typing while the puppet's been here, so I just want to make sure that the jank wasn't that bad. Okay. So yeah, rotoscope animation. I've been thinking about it quite a bit every now and then. And it's one of those styles of animations that you think is kind of like cheap and lazy, mainly because it's just drawing over frames that of like live action footage that already exists. So there doesn't seem to be a lot of like thought that would be put into it, and technically that is true. But when you really look at the practice of it, and you look at it like on one hand, it's a shortcut for people who don't have like I guess they don't have like a lot of what I gotta be very careful. It's one where you think there's not a lot of artistic talent that's being put into this kind of thing, and well, I guess if you can't really like freehand it or you're not really confident in your line art skills, it could be perceived as that. But in practice, and you actually like look into what goes into it, it is extremely time consuming and cumbersome, especially the older version. Like we have Joel Haver to thank to streamline the digital process of it. But before that, you kind of have to draw these frames. You kind of have to draw it frame by frame, and even the Joel Haver method is not exactly easy to do. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's technically easier for it. I think it's I shouldn't say easier because it's like it's not easy. Rotoscope is not easy. It's I think it's just it's easier for some people, but it's more complicated than you think it is, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Rotoscope animation is one of those, but also there's a charm to it, you know? There's a charm to it with, and it can be played up sort of like either dramatic, serious, uh unsettling, uncanny. I don't know. I just like animation. I mean, go figure. Um, go figure that I say that. Um, as somebody who's animating a puppet right now. But even then, it's like I enjoy all forms of animation. Rotoscope is one of those like I think it's like I grew up in an environment. I think I grew up with like hearing talking pieces, and the way it's described is it's a little deceptive. Um, because it's like it takes talent to replicate that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, I don't know. Uh, I think it's neat. I like animation. Rotoscope is definitely one of those interesting forms of animation where it's like it can be very silly and very unsettling and very eerie and very serious. And it has this vibe to it that I don't think is as simple as like I mean, if you really want to get lazy with it, just film live action footage, right? Just film live action footage and don't even bother with the frames. Uh, but even that seems reduct. Well, yeah, I mean, at that point, it's not even animation; it's just filming. But so it's like it's even reductive to say that because it's like that's not even trying to be an animation, you know? Even though technically, when you really think about it, all film is an animation of like multiple frames, going on, and it's like I mean, technically, it's like this is a live stream footage, and it's like even this is an animation. All live streams are animations to when you really think about it. It's just not intentional in sort of the real stuff. I'm not claiming that this is like a cartoon or anything like that. Yeah, I mean I am animated like a cartoon, where it's like, you know, I like to I like to think I try. I like to think I try. Um, but uh, I don't know. I guess it's just one of those things where it's like, you can really stretch the definition of what is or isn't an animation, and but it's like I don't think you can say that one form of animation is lazier than the other. I mean, I guess AI, generative AI stuff. That's pretty lazy. But at that point, there's not really any thought that goes into it. Whereas like rotoscope, you you do have to put some thought into it. It's like you have to think about what lines should be traced and what shouldn't. What part of the frame should be like colored into a style or what shouldn't. Um, what the shape how much of the live action actor do you want to like keep in mind, and how much of that should be stylized into a different character. There's thought that's being put into rotoscope. Um, Yeah, and some of the ones that I've seen with like Jake the dog, being rose scopes, it's like obviously no human face looks like Jake the dog, so that's an artistic choice to make the the actor look like that. I mean, you can add stuff to the face to make it easier, of course, but yeah, you don't have to. It's kind of like it's like edited in post. I don't know. Just something I thought about. Just something I thought about. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, just just something on my mind, I suppose. Just random thoughts. Um, yeah, so I don't have a specific system in mind with the type of solo RPGing I'm gonna make. So, I suppose I should probably explain what that is. Um, So RPGing comes from the is a an acronym for role playing game. And it's spawned from a movement back in the 70s, where a series of war games were like co-opted from traditional forms of Napoleonic wargaming and strategies, to medieval wargaming, to fantasy medieval wargaming, and even down the line to just a bunch of guys playing with their little miniatures, playing with their toys, and being like, "This guy is important. I want him to go into this castle and just like break into this wall, and I want to see what happens in this. In this, I want to travel down here." And that's like the spawn of that's kind of the spawn of the tabletop role playing movement. And yeah, I think it's just due to a lot of unexplained mechanics and unexplained techniques. A lot of people start like interpreting and reinterpreting rules because because tabletop role playing was not a term. Like I know it's like history lesson. Why are we doing this? Because I don't know. Maybe you might be joining the stream and thinking, "Oh, wait, what the hell is a solo RPG? What does that mean?" Um, so we're gonna get into that. So yeah, there's a lot of different food. there's a lot of different like thought processes that have gone into it. It's like whether like we really should rely exclusively on d6s for this, or it's like do we go with different polyhedrons for this? Do we even need dice at all? Do we need do we really need the whole wargaming mindset for this? Do we have to use outdoor survival for overland travel? Do we have to use this? Do we have to use that? And even goes down the line to, do we even need an entire group of people to play this game? Um, and that's where solo RPGing comes in. Solo, obviously, meaning well, solo, one person, um, lone, alone by yourself playing an RPG. And that's something that I've been thinking about quite a bit. Um, and yeah, because it's like there's lots of stuff that I want to try out, but I don't have a lot of time, and scheduling's a little difficult, and maybe I don't know all the rules to certain systems. So yeah, it's I think it's one of those things that might be interesting to try out. It's like if you don't know if you're gonna like a system and you don't know the rules of it, and if you're making up your own game, it might be good to try some solo play. Um, and that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do today. Um, so I didn't have, so I had a few ideas in mind, whereas like I could just like drop like one of my own games as an example. Um, like I do have one that I've kind of shared, but I'm not sure if I want to get into that one yet. But there's a few ideas. Um, and we're gonna use the TV room for this because I think that'll give us the most screen space. So let's go to the project. Let's go to let's go to that. Okay. And I got Firealpaca set up here. Um, so I have my own ideas for a thing, including like some general rules here, as well as like character creation here, which I think we'll start off with these. So there's not a lot of good explanation to any of these, so I'll have to explain them myself. Which yeah, don't take anything in this VOD as like an official, like, oh yeah, this is how you play whatever the hell I made here. This is just sort of like, this is a way for me to think about like creating characters that I want to make, and just to see if like we could streamline the process to as basic as we can before we start expanding to more complex systems such as Dungeons and Dragons, Savage Worlds, GURPS, Call of Cthulhu, Mithras, whatever. Um, and there's a few ideas that kind of come to mind for this. This is kind of meant to be like a system. Well, it's not system agnostic. Like this is a system, but more like setting agnostic. And there's like pros and cons to both like system neutral and setting neutral stuff. Whereas like on one hand, you have a lot more creativity and freedom, but that leads to the cost of like not having a lot of guidelines past that. Um, or it's like it has like a general sense of like what you can do, but maybe there's like some mechanics that are a bit of an oversight and not as important um in the grand scheme of things, which can make things a little tricky. Um but this was sort of like what I kept in mind when I was talking about the shapeshifter character for that comic idea that I want to do. And just the general idea, simply put, um yeah, so when designing a character, I kind of think about, it's like, okay, so what kind of tier of play should I be considering for this? And you can think of this as the tiers of plays in 5th edition D&D. That obviously works. Let me I want to move over just want to make sure that this is clean and clear in frame. Um, so, well, I guess there's another way I can check this. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Um, so there's novice, which is sort of like levels 1 to 4, and this is sort of like really really simple type of protagonist. Uh, Even at this level, you're probably going to be considered. I think most characters would still be considered better than most people in the sense that they actually have like some degree of competency. Um, Novice doesn't necessarily mean you're not like the most powerful person, but you're probably closer to along the lines of like a famous athlete or like one of the best athletes in the world or a trained U.S. Marine or something like that. Not God by any stretch of the imagination, but still pretty good at basically what you do. And yeah, here I set up in a way for like character points. So it's like um and the basic stats here is fight, investigate, negotiate, temper, but these points could also be put into what I call arcane talents, but we'll get here when we get here. Um but yeah, I don't think I have like a scale of like what these points mean, but I do have like a maximum of +2. If you want to think of it in a certain way, 0 means untrained or not good at all, or practically average in some cases. Um, maybe in just mundane at it. 1 point means you're very good at it, or it's like you're better than most people, and +2 means you're like as close to the best in the world as you can possibly be. Um, and the reason I set it up with this is because we're using d6s, and I want to keep the numbers as low as possible just for the sake of simplicity. Um, but yeah, even at novice, it's like you could be the best in the world at like one of these things, or even in one of these arcane talents. I highly advise against putting a point in arcane talent just yet, though. Um, because I think at novice it's probably better to be very good at least two things, rather than being really good at only one thing and just sucking shit at everything else. Relatively speaking, of course. There may be instances where a character be might not need to be like fully competent or receive basic training in something, but can still like get through. In some cases, like rolls might not even be necessary. So yeah, I got novice with like 2 points because I figures like you could opt to be like super good at one thing, be the best at one thing, or just pretty decent at like a couple of things. I think that's fair for novice characters. Seasoned, these are uh and I would say it's like once you get to like level 3 is like I think that's the nice comfortable sweet spot for a lot of starting protagonist stuff. Um in my personal opinion, level 3 is usually the point in any game where you're not going to die in one shot, but low level enemies are still going to be a bit of a challenge. So it's like, you know, yeah. I mean, this is why like a lot of people say it's like, oh yeah, just start your game at level 3, just do it. Um, and it's and this is a rule that I think is kind of true for like most systems, and even previous editions of D&D. From my knowledge, Dark Sun, one of the more brutal D&D settings, demands that you create a character at level 3. Because that's how deadly it is. it's going to be brutal anyway, so you might as well skip a few levels just so you have a slight chance of surviving. It's just not a game that's going to be fun otherwise. But yeah, I'd say like for a lot of games, level 3 is a nice sweet spot, and that's I think at that point it's like it might be recommended to start having a bit of a professional background. Or in this case, I have a seasoned background, in which we skip to level 5. I personally think level 5's a little bit better, uh, for a lot of games. I think level 5 is where you can just sort of like have a lot of fun in a lot of general areas. Um, I have also heard in some games, just capping your game at level 6, just so you have like the general adventurer type of character, and you can still like play through games that are a little above that level, but you're probably gonna have a nice general fun time around level 6 without feeling too powerful. It's like stuff low level stuff still feels threatening, but you're just beefy enough to deal with the more tankier shit. And I think level 6 is a nice cap off for there. But yeah, um, seasoned is the next tier above that. Um, and with that, you get like an extra point. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, I think this is where you can start getting nice flexible stuff. Good at a lot of things, not perfect at everything. And I think around here, but the meat of this, where it stops, where you kind of have to go beyond like the vertical progression, but the horizontal one as well. Especially it's like making a character. Um, and this is where I have the season backstory here, which you don't necessarily have to include for your characters. Well, I put optional here for a reason, but this can be good for like fleshing out a few things about your character in terms of like their history. I take a lot of inspiration from the cyberpunk life path system for this, but in a way that's a little bit more let's let's uh let's call it let's call it balanced. Um, because the life path system I think is really good. It's really good for like creating like very unique characters, very unique histories, and all that stuff. Another system that I think is also very good is the career system in Traveler. But 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 if I had to be entirely honest about these systems, they can be a little bit skewed to screwing you over, and prone to randomization in a similar way that rolling 3d6 for all of your D&D stats would be. And what I mean by that is you could accidentally create there's a slim chance that you could create a character that is either completely crippled or godlike and no flaws whatsoever. The chances are low, admittedly. It's like I'm not saying it's like, oh yeah, if you do the traditional systems, you're just gonna like be at an unfair advantage or disadvantage. That's not really what I mean. I think in most cases you end up with more interesting characters than not. Um, but there is that risk. Here it's yeah, it's skewed more to like a lot of good stuff and like very few bad stuff, but you can always like give yourself more handicaps, or disadvantages or hindrances, per se. So here I say establish 4 good events and 1 bad event. This is based on the veteran edge in Savage Worlds. It's a little skewed, but I think this is very much like rich carrot versus thin but flexible stick. Um, there's not a lot of good events on here. So this is one of those things where it's like you kind of have to be creative with like how you establish these. Um, and with the bad events, you only get like one of these, but you each of them kind of has like a bit of interesting nuances of like what you can add to it. Um, if I were to give myself a little bit of my own worst criticism, I think these are a little too vague and not a lot, especially since you're gonna have four of these. Um, this is skewed to positive on purpose. Um, But yeah, I think I think there's also like a good argument to just like pick and choose rather than randomize because each of these should be like relatively balanced with each other. So it's like you can give yourself like four favors either from one person or multiple people. I would probably argue that you should consider if you're calling it two favors to a person, just make that a regular. Um, like if you're calling in a favor to somebody that would normally be an ally, and you're calling in two favors, just make them a regular ally. Just establish them as like good friends or something. If you gain two favors from somebody that's worth as a patron, somebody who has like a lot of resources they can expend to you, just make them a regular patron. Um, and the downs, yeah, and the arguable downside to converting them into more of a permanent favor is that you have to return favors. Whereas like if you only get one of these, it's like, oh yeah, it's a one and done thing because this person owes me, and once we're done, we don't real that's the one time use card used up. But I think it could be fun and interesting to have like the opportunity to be like, oh yeah, because this person is a friend of mine, of course I'm willing to do him a solid. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Reputation, that could be anything. Signature item, I think that could also be anything. But yeah, these are kind of vague on purpose. Um, if I could add like something in the future for these, it may be more genre specific stuff, like for fantasy or sci-fi or cyberpunk or something like that. Um, I would like to add more to it. So yeah. Um, and yeah, there's like more tiers above that, like veteran status, legends status. Like these ones are a little bit uh more my own interpretations. Like once you get to like level 17, for example, that's around the tier of a superhuman. Um, or at least getting there. And past that is Earthshaker. Uh, and this is just kind of based on my observations of stuff, like power levels, hit die levels of like D&D monsters and Call of Cthulhu uh monsters and what have you. Um yeah, once you start getting like more points than can fit into these stats, that's where things start getting a little crazy. Especially when once these are filled up, you might want to consider going into arcane talents. But we'll get there when we get there. Um, and this here is just sort of like a level progression system. Um, but on top of like a character's abilities, there's another thing to consider, like where your character comes from, and that can give like a bunch of benefits as well. Um, so it's like I've got like species, ancestry. Traditionally, these would be considered like your character race. Um, but I think it's like people are a little bit more cautious into like rephrasing that because yeah, while race doesn't necessarily mean the same thing back back in the day, like during Tolkien's time, as it does to today, obviously. Um, because back then it's sort of like, oh yeah, the human race it virtually means the human species, the dwarf species, the goblin species. Even that is a little bit difficult to deal with because the term species doesn't necessarily work all the time, especially for like fantasy settings. Something that would be a more appropriate terminology for a sci-fi setting. Though I think using the term species is fine, especially since it would be more accurate to describe these things. I don't think using too many modern term lingo is like, I don't think it's going to kill your game or anything like that, or your setting or whatever. Just just use what makes a lot of fantasy, a lot of fiction will use modern terms no matter what you do. If you wanted to be as authentic as you can, you might as well just write Old English. Like seriously, it's like it's fine. It's fine. You'll be fine if you use modern terms like species. Especially if it's like, to the modern audience, it's the term that would make sense. Like a modern audience isn't if a modern audience is going to be more confused by the term race than they would species, just use species. Ancestry is also fine. Um, Ancestry is also fine by a technical standpoint, but then you get into like stuff like robots and stuff, which is neither a bloodline or an ancestry or species, and it's just kind of a whole other thing. Um, I guess it depends on like how your robots work. But besides that, I just kind of have like a general list of things that could be used. Human is the most common thing to have. I have other ancestries like setting up with like dwarves or gnomes, goblin, kobold, or orc, half elf. Okay, so the reason I have it like this, and the reason I have it with like half elf instead of elf, you could also I would also prefer the term elvish descent or elfkin or elvish uh bloodline descendant. It's mainly because it's like when you look at how half elves are compared to like normal elves are like really powerful. If you're going with like Tolkien elves, that are like insanely crazy powerful. It's kind of nuts. It's like how this is a how elves are considered like a balanced character option in any sense of the imagination is beyond me. But my opinion. Of course, you can disagree. Obviously, if your elves are not like Tolkien level OP, then you can just use elf. If your elves are no more powerful than just having pointy ears, a little bit of magic, and just, I don't know, not immortal or immune to everything, then yeah. If your elves are pretty fragile, then it doesn't really matter. Um, but yeah, I just sort of like clumps these together because I figures like in the most common ideas of people, these would just be clumped together. But you can make these as distinct in your fantasy world as you like them to be. I mean, hell, it's like if you want to clump all of this into general fantasy fairy creature, that works too. It I mean, no, none of these are real, so do whatever you want. Um, but yeah, I think But yeah, I mean, these are balanced. Yeah, this is sort of like skewed in a way where it's like it's most likely you'll play as a human, and if it's not a human, it's most likely going to be one of these. And if it's not one of these, rarely it's going to be like these options. But I do offer the option to choose. If you want to be like a if you want to be like a squid monster thing for your character, then just go with bug like it. It really doesn't matter. Um, But yeah, past the species or ancestry, um, which kind of comes. I personally consider like genetic options to be an interesting feature to add to a character. I might add like some bonuses to have might have some bonus cards to talk about that. Um, but for now, I think it's more important to consider how the character is brought up from their upbringing, and this one's a little complicated actually. This one's a little complicated. Um, because it's like upbringing involves like family dynamics, family upbringing, childhood, environments and stuff like that. And I this is where it's like I think Cyberpunk's life path system would be a hell of a lot more useful than what I have here. Um, Even though this does technically give you like, you know, more benefits here, it doesn't give you like a whole lot of flavor. But we're working what with we can get, and we'll try to like make a story around these as opposed to just what that is. Unlike the season backstory stuff, a lot of the stuff with the origins and the upbringings, it is 1-to-1 balance. Well, technically like 2-to-1 if you look at it with extremely heavy scrutiny. But it's not a big deal. Um, but yeah, it's like most people are just gonna have like something that uh came with like a great benefit to their backstory, to their upbringing. Uh, Maybe just like knowing a few people, having special resources, a pet, or several. Um, this is where I also considers like having some special flavor to your own nomad character, if you're considering that. Whether it's like your nomadic tribe, connections to your family, or like maybe you're part of a family criminal organization, that could be useful. If you're more of a survivor nomad, having like just your own personal stash would be useful. Um, or if you're, I don't know, maybe like you run like a ranch, or something like that. This could be here too. It's a little weird to have like your childhood dog with you here, but I think you can be very creative with like how that works. Um, I mean, if you want to look at it this way, it's like maybe like you didn't grow up with a dog, but part of your backstory involves like finding a love life and then figuring out a means of retiring. And as soon as your story starts, you get like a pet dog, which won't have anything horrible happen to it. Um, but yeah. But this could also be recontextualized as because you know how to deal with like certain types of animals, or you grew up in a farm or something like that. It's a lot easier for you to deal with certain types of animals more than not. Um, again, this is again the randomization is not designed is designed for like I don't know what to pick, so just go crazy rather than like determining which thing is the most balanced. Like a lot of a lot of random generations is very unbalanced, and I've tried my best to work with this. Mhm. Um, but not every backstory is happy, or at the very least, not every backstory is as clean as like, oh yeah, I get a free thing. Um, Dependence, family debt, or shunned by the family. This could be a lot of things. So it's like, dependence. This is likely somebody that's close to you. This is somebody that is, you know, maybe it's a younger sibling. Maybe it's a elder in your family that care of themselves. Maybe it's a love interest, that a childhood crush, or somebody that you decide to leave your family to spend time with, whatever you want. Family debt. Some maybe this could involve like something terrible happening with your family, and you have to work to deal with that. They lost a lot of money. Maybe they lost a lot of money to gambling or economic recession or depression or something like that, and it's kind of up to you to like deal with that. Major motivation. And shunned by the family is pretty self-explanatory. It's like you were just kicked out. Right. Personality. This is also kind of important to a character. Um, this is a lot of this is based on the World of Darkness games, as well as like some features that you find in other RPGs as well. But I figured these are character archetypes that tend to help as well. Um, Bon Vivient, or amorous traits. This is I kind of listed these in sort of like, if you don't know what one of these words means, you probably get some context clues from like what the other words might imply. Um, and these are just the way that I set these up is like you get some benefits here, you get some benefits here, you get some fun flavor here. But the negative upbringing and the personality here is where, and I think this is the most important, your character would make some decisions in the game based around these, and they're not necessarily beneficial. So, like somebody who is rebellious or impulsive, somebody who is like very impatient when things are just going wrong, or is there's like clear corruption, or there's just like, hey, somebody's telling you to wait, and you don't have time for that. Especially it's like, oh yeah, it's like, I don't know, I think we should get this done now. It's like, why don't we get this done? You could also consider this like your D&D alignment stuff if you really want to. Um, I think this is probably going to be something that's slightly more useful than that, though. Um, yes, even greed, I think, is a perfectly fine motivation for stuff. So it's like, yeah, even if your character, yeah, maybe your character is motivated by greed. Maybe they just want to steal shit. Maybe they're a kleptomaniac. They like to see funny number go up. Maybe they're trying to collect something for a bottom line goal. Maybe they just want to be rich for sake of luxury. Um, I don't remember if, yeah, I don't have it on here, but this goes back to what I said last week about character motivations and character personality, and just the three questions to really help you get in the head of any character. What does the character want? What is their deepest fear? And what is their deepest secret? These three questions should help you get into the mindset of any character on the fly, or just if you're preparing for either a one shot or a long term campaign. Knowing what these questions are, knowing the answer to these questions, or even developing them over time, expanding upon them. It's like you don't have to have, like, you really don't, nor should you have a deep multi-essay answer to any of these questions. For the love of God, do not give your game master paragraphs. Don't give yourself paragraphs of information just to answer these questions. Trust me, it doesn't work. Especially it's like, oh yeah, it's like a blah da 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 da. It's like, oh yeah, it's like it is the in this decade they did this, and this century they did that, and that millennium and da 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 blah blah. And it's like, yeah, that's great. Write as many essays as you want. But if you're playing a game, how is that going to help you when you're like you know, how's that gonna help you when you're like 5 sessions in and you have to make the decision and of like, wait, what my what exactly what would my character do in this situation? Wait, hold on. Was this part of my backstory? Wait, what did I write down? Oh fuck. It's like, wait, hold up. Did that happen this century? Wait, hold on. It's like the game master says something. It's like, wait, the session is like, okay, yeah, seriously, just bullet points when you're making a character for like a game or anything like that. Bullet points is going to be super useful. You can add lore later. You can add lore later. I swear to God, it doesn't have to be that deep. Um. So yeah, in addition to these random personalities, I also put some notes here. This is also based on the this is a lot of this is based on the Vampire the Masquerade, Mage the Ascension, um, Hunter the Reckoning kind of games. I think Werewolf the Apocalypse technically are supposed to have these, but I haven't really seen them from my personal experience. Though I do think they had a bit of an amendment and later on in the game line. I am of course talking about the second or revised editions, the 20th anniversary editions of them, and not the version 5 editions of these. That's why I should specify Mage the Ascension since that wasn't updated. By the way, Mage is good. Play Mage. Play Mage. Find a group that lets you play Mage. Do it. It's not as complicated as it's only as complicated as the game master makes it. But also you should play it anyway. Even if the game is complicated, play it anyway. Play Mage the Ascension. Do it now. This is no longer a request. Do it. Do it now. Okay. So yeah, Bravo or Bully or Thin Skin. This is an archetype that's like somebody that values strength and likes to push their strength onto other people and is just like hyper aggressive. Different from the rebel, because a rebel doesn't necessarily value strength. They just value like breaking the rules. You don't necessarily need to be strong to break the rules. I mean, if you were strong, you would just be strong enough to ignore the rules. And that's where the Bravo comes in. And yeah, and it with these ones more than anything else, that's why they're separate. You have to consider actually like putting points into the appropriate stat. Because if you don't, well, I mean, I personally think you could be a bit of a bully character with no capability of fighting to begin with. It's just going to be very hard to back that up, and extremely frustrating. Extremely frustrating. At least I think it would be. Um, and I kind of had to like revise these to words that I understand, because like I don't think a lot of people know what a lot of people. Yeah, I think a lot of people would really understand what like critic and hidebound might mean, and I think another way to the way that I understand this character is that this is a person that uh understand that has like an attention to detail, no is really good at analyzing things, really good at articulating problems, really good at pointing out problems. Um, but also just a complete jackass. It's like if this is the kind of character who's like if they see a problem with anything, they will let you know. They will tell you. They will tell you if they have a problem with this. Whether you want to hear it or not. And most of the time you don't want to hear it. Um the Yapper is Well, this is an archetype of person that uh so this is the archetype of person that is a wealth of information. This is the type of person that would be like very, you know, if you need some exposition told, this is the character to tell you that exposition. It's also the type of person that is willing to give you like unnecessary trivia when it somehow becomes relevant or not. And they will tell you this trivia whether you want to hear it or not. Both of these characters have to be at least a little bit intelligent or at least have some passive interest in learning stuff. Because otherwise, if you have that zero, these are just like two idiots that are rambling on something, and just you have a character who is nitpicking everything but is confidently incorrect because they have no investigate whatsoever. Again, you could play these, but you're don't be surprised when you end up extremely frustrated. And the last one here is this is your dictator, this is your manager, this is the leader in their own mind. Um this is the boss, and I put selfish here, which is weird to have when you have like rogue here, but this one's specific this one's based on the I think this is based on the GURPS definition of selfish, and which is like it's not that you want to like steal things for yourself. This is specifically for selfish, as in it's me, myself, and I. It's like everybody has to conform to what I say, what I do, and what I have the vision for. And the reason there's negotiate here is that in World of Darkness with either Vampire the Masquerade, oh, especially for Vampire the Masquerade, it's like if you have no points in leadership, you're just some jackass that's hyper entitled and hyper demanding, but has no idea what the hell they're doing. Um, so yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, so it's like must have +1 with the required stat. At least +1. I think that's fine. I think in the games is like +1, and the +1 here is even like lower in the requirements, and it's just more of the fake suggestion of like you should probably be better than average with these, otherwise you're just kind of look like a punk, and not the cool kind. You just kind of look like a jackass. And yeah, this is a good way to think about these. All right, now to arcane talents. These require at least 1 point, and I consider 1 point to be considered. Let's see, improve roll per talent by +1 per 1 point, max of +3, and that's due to like the backlash stuff here. Um, I think um I think you need at least +1 to have I think you need to put 1 point to have a +0 in any of these. That's the sort of thing that makes sense in my mind. I should probably elaborate more in the future, but having at least 1 point in any of these should mean that you start with one of the powers here at +0, and then you roll a d6 and then determine like whether that's successful or not. Um, I think +3 means with that d6 roll, the lowest you can roll is 4, so it ends up being like a failure rather than a backlash. And backlash will result in something that I am a little bit more inspired by Mage the Ascension. Yeah, uh, go figure. I like Mage the Ascension. Um, but you know, other games have like similar systems as well, a little bit more random than this, and I tried to make this part like as rare as it can. um Arguably this is slightly worse than what you find in Mage the Ascension, but yeah. Uh, yeah. I try to keep these as like in plain, simple English as I can because this would likely be something that even if you don't know, like control air is as simple as like, oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Like control air stuff. I avoid having like telekinesis on here, even though technically it would be as balanced. I think it's not as useful of a definition when you have this on here, especially it's like, well, you have mind control, and then I put like telepathy, and well, I think some people might be able to understand the difference. It might still be a little confusing. So just mind control is just a simple way to like put that in there. Technically, I would also have telepathy on this list, just to have the additional distinction, because just because you can control people's minds doesn't mean you know what they're thinking, not inherently. And just because you have telepathy doesn't mean you can control people's minds. You might predict what they're about to do and can manipulate them based on that, but that's not mind control. That's just basic manipulation. But I also think it might be a little confusing. Uh, and there's like other powers that I would like to have on here, but I think just the plain English of this, and summon novice is just there, just there. Um, and what it means to improve the talent of summon novice is like maybe it's like, oh, it's like you can either have a +1 in summoning them, or you can have you can put that extra point into making them a seasoned summon rather than a novice one. At least that's my humble onion on that. I really should do like a proper document on this kind of thing, but I am sort of like just making this as I go along. Okay, so that's the character creation stuff. Um, and so what are the rules of this system that I've made up for myself? Well, I've got a few down, and yeah, this is not the best organized here, but simply put, the general rules is roll a d6 and add the stat modifier to that. And what you roll against can be dependent on like the difficulty of the thing. Easy, moderate, or hard. It can either be against a static number that you have to roll equal to or greater than. That's what the 4 plus means. Or it's contested by an opposed die roll, which can come very much in handy when you're dealing with antagonists. Um, but yeah, in a lot of simple scenarios, you could just do this. Um, and success occurs if, yeah. So and obviously roll only if passing or failing this is consequential. Like, oh, I want to walk over and open the door. What do I need to roll to walk and open the door? You don't. You just walk over and open the door. Unless the door is locked or stuck, you don't need to roll it. You don't need to roll for everything. Like, you don't need to roll to breathe. I think you don't need to roll to breathe under most circumstances. It's like if you're describing something that would be like the most trivial thing to achieve, then there's no roll needed. You just do it. You just do the thing. Um, but yeah, but there has to be a consequence to passing or failing the thing. Whereas like if it's okay, so it's like I walk over and open the door, and the game master says, "Oh, well, the door's stuck, or you can't, or the you jiggle the handle and you pull on it, but it doesn't seem to open." And it's like, okay, I would like to try to break the door open. That's when it's like the consequence of doing that is like if you succeed, you break the door down. And yay, you did it. Yay, you did it. You did it. You broke the door. Good job. Congratulations, you did it. Um so yeah, and it's like okay, so it's like breaking it, and that would probably, depending on the, maybe if you specify something specifics, like I want to break it at the hinges, that might bring it down to moderate, I think. But if you don't specify whatsoever, I think that might be hard. Um, and I would probably allow this if like this is a character of decent strength. Otherwise, it's like, well, I mean, you try, but you feel like you're about to bruise your shoulder doing so. Um, if the player does insist and say, "Yay, can I take hey, can I take an injury to break this door down?" That's when I'm like, yeah, okay. Okay, sure. We'll see what happens. um I am always eager to let a player hurt themselves in the funniest way possible. Um but yeah, that's just a example. I think with the rules that are established here, strength isn't really a thing here, so it's like you might have to choose from like one of the other stats. It was like, can I fight the door, for example? It's like that's why those stats are written as they were. So yeah, so fight is the competency in combat, investigate the ability to identify information, negotiate talent for trades, or like, it's negotiate. It's like this is your lawyer skill, this is your ability to command, this is your ability to like haggle. This is sort of like I guess you can argue this is a charisma stat, but I wouldn't quite put it so bluntly. This is more like you call upon this when failure, when the when there's a consequence for something going wrong on your end. And temper is more of a reaction. Whereas like somebody's pissing you off or somebody's trying to hack into your brain or something, and that's when you start calling that. Or you want to call in your rage. Though calling in your rage automatically doesn't require in my onion, that doesn't require anything from you. No roll to fail. No roll if you're willing to fail. So fighting the door might be a little silly, but you could investigate the door. You're not gonna negotiate with the door. That's not gonna happen. Obviously, it's like you ask the door, it's like, hey, can I go through? And unless the door is able to talk, that ain't gonna happen. Though that would be funny. If the door can talk, you can definitely negotiate with it. I think. I think that'd be fair to negotiate with a door that can talk. There should be more talking doors in fantasy. I wonder if somebody's homebrewed a D&D monster that's basically a talking door. That would be so useful. I'm getting ahead of myself. Um yeah. Roll only for consequences. You succeed if the roll is greater than or equal to the difficulty, as stated before. There are ways to improve those odds. So it's like, yeah, you roll a d6, and it's like whatever happens with that roll is that. There are ways to make it easier. Where it's like, oh yeah, assisted. You roll twice or pick the higher roll. This is obviously like advantage. And hinder is the opposite. This is like your advantage or disadvantage in like D&D, and that's a really good mechanic. It's very simple. My version of dealing with that is a little bit more advanced. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can actually. Let me actually bring up Let me bring up a house rule that I have for this that might be considered if you want to use it for your own games. Okay. So, uh each time you gain an assistance, it improves your odds significantly, but the most assistance you should be able to get is a +5. So it's like that means like 5 extra dice that you can get from a single instance. Um and this improves your odds like significantly. Like it's not 1-to-1, but it essentially, let's say you have a 50% chance, having a single assistance gives you half of those odds added to it. So if you only had, let's say you roll a d10 and you need to roll a 10 to succeed, so you have a 10% chance. If you were assisted, that would increase it to 15%. That is like your odds of success divided by 2 added to your original odds. But in most cases, it's like, you have a half of a chance. You have a coin flip toss, and adding that would give you like plus 25%. In most cases, this is very trivial stuff. But I think this could be very useful in the simple sense. So, my system that I think you should consider, and this is kind of loosely based on the bonus dice stuff in Call of Cthulhu. Every time you gain an assistance, that increases your odds, but yeah, essentially it's like stacking advantages up to a limit. It's like the most you can get is 5 assistance. And this also works inversely. It's like the most hindrance you can have at a given time is 5. That means you roll 6 total dice and choose the lowest in this instance. Whereas like max assistance would be roll 6 dice and choose the highest. Obviously, assistances and hindrances cancel each other out on a 1-to-1 basis. So let's say, in a hypothetical scenario, you have like 3 assistants, maybe because your friend's casting a spell on you to gain a benefit. Another friend is flanking your enemy, and you are a rogue that is trying to like snipe. You're a rogue that was like hidden in the dark before you were about to like snipe at an ogre's head. So it's like in this scenario, it's like you and your cleric friend are like hiding in the darkness. Your cleric friend casts a spell on you to gain you assistance, while you have a berserker that's like distracting the ogre. You have 3 assistants, but the ogre can see in the dark. And let's say you have 2 hindrances. 1, the ogre can see in the dark, and 2, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. 2, the ogre is immune to flanking. Maybe he has eyes in the back of his head. Maybe this is like an ogre with like a second head. So it's like, this is a 2-head. We have an Etten now. It has 2 heads. It cannot be flanked. So the berserker is still like doing his berserker thing and like, distracting it physically. But the 2-headed ogre can see in the dark and is not as easily distracted. So the ogre can see the sniper coming. So that's 2 hindrances right there. But because the cleric is still casting magic, that still offers more assistance than hindrances. So the rogue would total up to at least 1 assistance. So there's at least something happening. which apparently rules as written would be a hell of a lot better than D&D's advantage system, whereas like if you have any disadvantages, you don't get any advantages, which that's kind of stupid in my personal opinion, but you know, you could always ignore that rule. Most people, I mean technically it's like you don't get critical successes from anything outside of damage, but who abides by that rule really? Who who actually abides by oh yeah, a natural 20 doesn't actually mean anything on a skill check. It's like, bruh, come on. Come on, man. Anyway, ooh, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. So, I'm just gonna go back here and put that with the rouge, with the other rouge. And hold up. Yeah, I have a format for this. Yeah, yeah. There we go. There we go. That looks nice. Actually, I could put that over here. Here we go. That looks nice. Cool. One day I'll do like a full proper document and I'll upload to itch. But in the meantime, in the meantime, hold on, hold up. Oh, hey, Spampton. Sorry about that. Gus, get out now. See you later, alligator. Yeah, sorry I missed you. But anyway, thanks for stopping by. Um, yeah, yeah, it was nice to have you around. Sorry, I was very distracted. Um, yeah, I've got a lot of stuff cluttered here. But yeah, anyway, hope to see you later. So, um, yeah, a lot of boring rule reading here. I've got something here that's not covered. Chasing, sneaking, and enduring. I think in most cases I'm just not gonna like deal with that for character creation. There's an option to like consider that that makes it balanced, but just for say yeah. Um, I've got something here for like plot devices, something that I've been thinking about, and this is based on like high level spells in D&D that I think any character could benefit from. That would be very fun and interesting to just change the way that a story works. And yeah, just some example stuff of like, having multiple characters, specific examples for fighting, and yeah, we've just talked about this. Uh okay. Uh yeah, I'll save that for now. Okay. So with all that yapping done, let's consider what exactly we're going to be doing for our session. So, I do have I do have my own personal document for creating stories on the fly. There's also some tools for oracles and scene generation that I'm gonna borrow from other RPGs. I'll probably edit the link in the description for those. Oh God, sorry, that was a swig of water. Quickly asking something. When Geometry Jazz stream? I'm only free for a long stream. I'm only free for long streams on Friday. Oh dang. Um, I did set up a geometry debt. Well, I do have a miscellaneous games night stream on. I think I set it for Sunday. I could do Friday. I could do Friday. Hold on. I could maybe. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Can I reschedule? Is it too late for me to reschedule something? Let's see. Let's see. I don't know if I don't know if I could I could set up another stream for tomorrow. I could set up a stream for tomorrow. Why not? Yeah, yeah. Um yeah, I'll say for tomorrow I'll say is like after I'm done with this stream here, I'll see if I can set up something quick for tomorrow. Yeah, I could totally do a stream tomorrow. Um yeah, because normally I would hop into like one of my other friends' streams for Friday, but I don't think I don't think they've been streaming at all this week because they're like on vacation. So I could do a stream for tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. I'll I could do a miscellaneous. Yeah, I could make a copy of my miscellaneous game stream that I have for Sunday, and I could set it up because chances are I'm not gonna do all the games on that Sunday. So yeah, I could make a copy of that. I could totally do that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why? How about I? Yeah, I think I can just copy the description of that and schedule and just make another. Yeah, I think I could just make another one for tomorrow. Okay, so what would be easier for me? Yeah, I'll just reuse this setting and yeah, there we go. Call that Miss Games Night Geometry including Geometry Dash. Ignore all the stuff that's happening right now. No, nothing you see here is canon. Just a just a visual hiccup. Gotta put the proper thumbnail for that. No AI will be used as far as well, I hope there's no AI that I find in there. Uh uncheck that, get rid of those. This is what yeah, by the way, this is what it sounds like every time I set up a stream. I'm just sort of like nah 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 nah. Yeah, I know, super thrilling. Why would I not show the replay? What the hell? What? What? Why is that? Was that not like react? What? Hello? Reactions? What? What's going on? I don't know what. What? That's gonna be whatever. Whatever. It's fine. Doesn't matter. All right. Set it for tomorrow at um yeah, I'll set it for the usual time. I'll set it for the usual time. Okay. So I got a stream for miscellaneous game night for tomorrow night. Should be fun. So yeah, tomorrow I can play some Geometry Dash along with some other games that I have on my list because chances are it's like I probably won't do Geodash for the entire game stream. I would like to do other stuff. Um, because you know, I like variety. Okay, so can I get the lights back on? Yay. Yippee. Okay, um so now. So we have this, and I'm gonna shrink this little display to the side real quick. It's not going anywhere, don't worry. It's not gonna go anywhere. Just gonna shrink this as sort of a reference in the future. Just gonna put that into the corner. That way we can zoom in and check on it as much as we need. Cool. Now, I am going to show off, let's see, another display. Let's see. Do I have that? I don't think I have it quite set up for this. Hold on. Let me go to the projector room real quick so I can steal a thing. Gonna borrow this. Gonna go back here and paste into here and bring it all the way into this folder. And hopefully, yeah, there we go. So yeah, this here is a document that I wrote up for my own sort of guidelines for solo RPG. Most of this we're just gonna ignore. The main thing we're going to be focusing on, maybe some of this. We'll consider some of this, not all of it. Is arcs, and this is just to give us a guideline of like what to focus on for like this session, and then maybe just figure out what kind of story is gonna start happening. And we've got like some randomized locations here. Some of them based on like environments or genre and general location, of course. How far away things are gonna be. We've got Gauntlet, and yeah, sort of like my original notes of that were mostly inspired by the rules of Savage Worlds, which is also a very good game, by the way. I think it's like if you want a game that's flexible and setting neutral, but not super complicated, I highly recommend getting into Savage Worlds. Um, is definitely one of my favorite RPGs. Um, it's not a perfect RPG, but it definitely scratches the itch for me for a lot of things. Um, if you want to go a little bit more advanced than that, I do recommend getting into GURPS. Um, I don't recommend playing GURPS, but I do recommend looking into them. Anyway, appreciate the patience so far. Okay, so so I think it might be easier if I made up something here. So I'm just gonna, yeah. So I'm just gonna put that there. I'm just gonna put that there so I can do like a window capture. I'm gonna set up a window capture. Rules. Window capture called RPG rules. Make the source visible. Select a window to capture. And this one. Maybe I should yeah, I'm just gonna keep that hidden for now. Cause yeah. Just to make sure. Okay. Now yeah, there we go. And gonna put some filters on this one. And put some filters on it. Let's see. Just to square it off. Yeah. And let's see. There we go. There we go. All right. Is that showing up? Yeah, there it is. Now now that can be squished over here. Let's see. Firealpaca, I need to squish here. And yeah, so now I can move this to the side and put in the additional documents that I have for other rules, just so we have these as quick references as needed, and that's going to be very useful. The wonders of technology is incredible. Oh yeah, and I can just adjust the window as needed as well. So I can make it smaller. I can make it smaller. And I think I'll hide the display center here. Move this over here. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, and I'll have just one for random generation. And let me just make sure that the screen that I want squared off just looks nice. And yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. And I'm just gonna add another window capture. Random generator. Oh, I don't mean to hold a gun to your face. There, gun's gone. Ba. Yeah. Now, select a window to capture. Okay. Apply filter. Crop. From the top. Oop. Doesn't need to be that crazy. Cool. There we go. Now we can show that. And now we've got our random number generator right here. Right here. And we've got some extra space for whatever we want. We'll probably figure out where that extra space goes, but it's nice to have that. Okay. Okay, so Just gonna drag these, gonna drag out these rules over here just so we can see them a little bit better. And now we are going to start generating some arcs. And I'm just gonna pull up a thing to the side just so I can have some notes to write down. I might even have this on full display. I might even have this on the yeah, I might even have this on display capture just so we can see that. It might not need to be that big. But hey, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Just got like obsidian here so we can have our solo RPG notes. I think since I'm going to be doing a lot typing here, I'm going to have to turn off a few states. So let's turn that off. Let's turn that off. Ba-ba-ba. Cool. Okay. All right. The only states that we should be working is just the eyes. Cool. Numbers are, well, they're still going to be used, but I don't think any of the. Hold up. What does 6 do? So yeah, the only thing that'll be adjusted is my eyebrows, but that should be okay. That should be okay. That should be good. That should be good. Okay. So now, with all that, with all this mess on my screen, let's start by looking at let's look at the. I really don't like Windows 11. I don't need it to automatically set itself up here. So, I don't remember if I have like a random genre thing on here, or if, let's see, what are these? Pulp action. These tables are ideal for characters of pulp action stories. If you want to make it that. Oh wait, yeah, we're not using that one. Let's see. I thought I had a random generator for certain guy. Yeah, I guess not. Never mind. Um, I mean, I do have. Well, since I got the Obsidian, I do have a document for like random genres that I was setting up earlier, so I could use that. Let's see. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's okay. Yeah, I think this is it. This is it. So yeah, a D10 list just to make up a random genre, like pick a random vibe. So we are going to. Oh yeah, this is a direct capture on the screen, so it doesn't matter. A D10, if you please. D10, thank you. Um, right. Well, like, I mean, guess. Cool. So we got a 10, which gives us an outlier to choose from. All right. So historical fantasy, techno fantasy, gothic horror, hard science fiction, military science fiction, retrofuturism, soft science fiction, or time travel. Oh yeah, of course I end up with the ones I don't have a clean category for. Yippee! Okay, so how many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, let's roll d8. Let's roll a d8 for these. Okay. 2. All right. 1, 2. techno fantasy. All right, that's going to be based on what Savage Worlds defines techno fantasy. So I'm going to look that up real quick. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment because I have this saved as a PDF and I need to look for the PDF of that. Techno fantasy. What a strange thing to just suddenly pick, but here we are. Techno fantasy. I think it's like, yeah, I think it's defined as like a fantasy setting that just use like you know, weird science and techno babble stuff in it, but I do want to double check. Let's see. It's defined in the Fantasy Companion. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Historical fantasy, sword and sorcery, techno fantasy. Yeah, here we go. Let's see, as the name implies, techno fantasy blends elements of magic and technology into a unique mixture that has one foot in fantasy and the other foot in science fiction. These two genres might be balanced, or the setting might favor one over the other. But but who but those who live in a techno fantasy world make use of both arcane and scientific, or in some cases, pseudoscientific. The time era technofantasy matters less than the type of technology available. One could imagine a world based on ancient Egypt with amazing clockwork mechanisms and divine miracles, or medieval magocracy built along the shattered remnants of an advanced civilization, where a few rogue scholars have learned how to work some of the old machines. A fantastic steampunk version of the Victorian era with improbable steam-powered contraptions could also be a type of techno-fantasy. On the other hand, a techno-fantasy might take place in a high-tech world, such as the Shadowrun or role-playing game, which is set in a dystopian near future where magic has made a dramatic reappearance on Earth, mixing cybernetics and virtual reality with dragons and elves. Techno magic setting is ultimately just like any other fantasy setting, only the level of available technology or how it works is different. Might be as simple as allowing characters to choose an arcane background and purchasing equipment from futuristic gear list, or using technology that will require characters to take an arcane background, weird science. The difference between magic and technology might be tenuous at best, or perhaps magic is technology. Let's see. Some examples that they give for this is Frank Herbert's Dune series, Philip Reeves' Mortal Engines quartet, China Mevely's Baslang trilogy, Philip Pullman's His Dark Materials trilogy, James Baylock's Homunculus, the Dungeons and Dragons Eberron series, Thundar the Barbarian, Wizards, Krull, and the Star Wars movies. Yeah, I guess that would be techno fantasy, wouldn't it? Okay. So, yeah, whatever. So, I guess balls to the wall, whatever sticks. Cool. Where is okay. So, bringing back the display capture, techno fantasy fantasy, dragons, elves, guns, uh, internet, AI, and fuck, what else? Bombs, nukes, whatever. Wizards 2. Yeah, so I don't think it really matters what sort of time period we set this in. This could just be whatever. It don't matter. None of this matters. Okay. So that's gonna define some stuff for us, for sure, for sure. Um can I take this window and bring it over? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay, okay. As long as I can see what's on here, it doesn't really matter. And as long as there's like some visual clarity. Cool. Um yeah, so I think maybe we can start flavoring our world just based on like what kind of arc we get. And I think it should be I think we should still consider what kind of character we're going to make for this. So we don't really have like a lot of limitations in terms of character, so we can really go wherever we want. Um, I think keeping it a seasoned character, seasoned 3 points. Why not? Okay, so fight, investigate, negotiate, and temper. But yeah, I think before that we should probably consider stuff like origin, personality, and whatever the species is gonna be. Um, so yeah, let's go with species, and this is just gonna be like complete random stuff. It's most likely gonna be human, but there's still like a slim chance that it'll be like a bug creature. So bring up the dice. Where's the dice? Dice. Okay. And we're gonna roll multiple dice. This is gonna be multiple d6s. We got 3 of them right here. Okay. 5, 6, 4. I believe that means human. Yeah. But if it happened to be a 6, it would have been like other beast, and 4. It would have been like an aquatic creature. It would have been an aquatic creature had it been like a double 6, which is interesting. I'm not sure if like if it would have any sort of impact on anything, but that's interesting to keep in mind. Okay, so human, almost an aquatic species. You know, in case we want like a little merman idea in here. But yeah. I mean, if we want to get crazy, we could have like some minor uh yeah, I mean we're not beyond the realm of sci-fi and fantasy. Okay, so next detail is upbringing. So we just need 2 dice for this one. Positive and negative upbringing. So we got 2 and 1. So easy access to firearms and has a dependent. Okay. Easy access to firearms has a dependent. I don't think that was spelled. Yeah, no, it's not spelled right. Cool. Okay. We'll try to figure out what that means. We'll try to figure out what that means. Let's develop the personality, I think. Let's try to develop the personality. So we just need 1 die for this. 2. Conformist, loyal, chummy. This is a type of person that wants everybody to get along, but doesn't necessarily want to like, you know, just wants people to get along and just wants to make sure that everybody's on the same page and just keep the group together, but is not going to be one that puts out a lot of their own opinions if it causes like a lot of conflicts. That could be interesting. That can be interesting. Okay. All right. All right. So, and we're gonna have the 2 points be put into, let's see, investigate and fight, since we do have guns and this is a tech setting. Actually, you know what? Let's put that in negotiate, just so it's like, yeah, I think that's gonna make sense for the character here. And our last point we're gonna put into an arcane talent. Okay, but before we do that, let's get a season backstory going. Let's see. Refresh this page. And yeah, so 4 dice for the good events and 1 dice for the bad event. That's a total of 5 dice. Roll them all. Okay, so good events, we got a handful of stuff. A 5, a 5, a 4, and a 2. So, uh 2 signature items. Good reputation. 1 favor. And 2 for the bad backstory. The bad event. Framed for something bad. Oh boy. So generally a good reputation, but somebody wanted them to take the fall for something. Okay, cool. So we've got somebody that tends to be like very good, likes to get along with people, probably somebody with like decent access to a lot of materials, somebody who tends to be very reliable and ended up being the fall guy for something. Interesting. And of course has somebody to take care of back home. Cool. Now let's consider what their arcane talent is going to be as something like that. I don't have anything randomized here, so we're just gonna have to think about what would be sort of like a cool ability that this character could have. Since they were almost an aquatic species, let's say we give them the control water talent at 0. Now remember, it's like if we give them a +1 right off the bat, that That's already giving him a bit of an advantage. All right, just gonna drink this. Hold on, hold on. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. I forgot I turned that off for this thing. So I'm gonna turn off the lights just so I can drink. Uh, hold on. Give me a moment. Oh, that cold water is so good, especially with this heat. Oh, that's so good. Okay. Okay, okay. Everything's good now. Okay, cool. Ah, yeah. Sorry, I forget. Yeah, I forgot clicking that. Yeah, forgot clicking that with the display. Whoops. You didn't see anything. Ah. Okay. 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 So. Okay. So now we're getting more of a full picture with our character here. Getting more of a getting more context. Yeah. 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 I think from here on out we're just gonna go by the rules. Here plot devices we're gonna have to ignore for now. Um, I think a lot of these challenges down here is just gonna be ignored as well. Uh, but yeah, we do have yeah, just sort of a general just general information. It's gonna be right there, right there. Uh, you didn't see anything. You did not see a single thing. Well then, I suppose now we should consider what this character's arc is going to be, or maybe we should consider. Let's see. Um, hmm. Wait, where that LB? Oh, right. I forgot. I forgot. So, so. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah. So, I would like some random generation for this character's other things. So, desire, fear, and secret. And I think I do have a few things for that. I just need to find out. I just need to find what those are going to be. Um, so we've got character goals that come from the fantasy name generator that I've listed down. So we've got a few options to pick from here. No longer be afraid, win a game, gain the approval of somebody, save Christmas, find a new home, escape their current life, appease a god, find a dream job, find out the fate of a friend, or redeem somebody. That's going to be a difficult. That's going to be difficult. Let's see. Um, da 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 da. Signature items, and that could be like anything earned from several types of jobs. I'm just gonna put some bullet points next to these, just to have some elaboration because I don't want to do a lot of I don't want to do a lot of stuff in parentheses. So they do have a good reputation, so I don't think redeeming anything makes a lot of sense. Gain the approval of somebody. That does sound like no longer be afraid. Hmm. Ba, 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 ba. Hmm. I could also just refresh this list, see what else we get. Find excitement, thwart destiny, satisfy their curiosity, find purpose, find out a secret, win a game, change the past, fight for the homeland, retrieve a lost item. Ah, dang. I think there was maybe it'd be easier to figure out what like their secret is. And let me see if we can randomize that. Okay, so just set to 5. Your character is self-aware how silly their goals are. Maybe they did something embarrassing in an attempt to accomplish it. Okay. So, character is self-aware of how silly their goals is. Okay. Maybe that helps a little bit. So maybe a silly goal or trying to figure out. Let's see. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Hmm. 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 Sorry, I'm trying to read through these and trying to think. Overthrow the government, destroy corruption. Uh, make a scientific breakthrough, abandon all ideology. Let's see, from what we've gathered so far, have their work recognized. Prove a theory, avoid response. Overcome mockery from the past. Maybe? Maybe that, yeah, maybe, that could be related to the frame for something bad. Maybe. Maybe. I guess it really depends on, like, what is it they were framed for. So it's like, maybe it's something that's like, whatever they were framed for, nobody really believes that they didn't do it. So it's just because I think it's like because they're conformist and it's like they don't want people to like be disagreeable. That's just very difficult to deal with that. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. We just need to figure out what that thing could be now. What could it be? Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, not super easy to not super easy to figure this kind of stuff out. But that's kind of the fun part. Just trying to get the gears whirling in the brain a little bit. Maybe let's see. Like they did do some good things. They were just framed for something. And it's not like necessarily like a crime I'm let's see. Hmm. Like framed for, but maybe not necessarily arrested for. Is that the is that something that's up for interpretation? Yeah, became wanted for a crime or framed for something. I mean, it could also be as like they already served their sentence for whatever they were framed for, but they just never got away from that. It's not exactly like a. I suppose it could be the same as a bad reputation. I did say earned a bad reputation. Um, but it's like a frame for some things means like they have a bad rep attributed to them, not necessarily for their own. Let's see. We could probably elaborate wants to prove their own innocence, but to not willing to reveal who actually did the deed. Maybe. Maybe, I mean, we do have a dependent here. So maybe it has something to do with we could tie it to the dependent here. That could be fun. Let's see. Took the blame for someone else. Hmm. Actually, is the self-awareness thing the self-awareness thing may not be like appropriate now that we're starting to develop it. Is there there's another thing we can attribute instead? It's like, that's kind of the fun with solo RPGs. Like you don't have to like commit that hard. I mean, I'm recording this right now, but it's like there's a thing you gotta consider with these. Is like whether it's still making sense and whether you should. I mean, this is also true with like RPGs in general. Does this still make sense anymore? Do we have to change something? The character has a hobby that they worry other people will make fun of them. Your character's real name is kind of lame, or simply not fitting for the vibe. Your character has feelings for somebody they rather not be public about. Is ashamed of some aspect of their origins. Negative aspects are obvious. Positive are rare. At least something to be ashamed of. But your character could be assumption in the right context. Um, no, no. This feels appropriate. This is still appropriate. It's like they don't want there's something about like what they want conflicting with like who they are as a person. So it's like their desire is part of the secret. And yeah, that's kind of fun to connect these things. It's like it just feels yeah, so that's still connected. That's still connected. Okay. Took the blame for someone else. And we do have a dependent here. So we could so yeah, it maybe it's like if they reveal the secret it puts the dependent at risk of it. I mean it would put the dependent at risk no matter what, but yeah. Huh. This is hard. This is hard. Huh. 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 Okay. The hardest part to any RPG is character creation, and we're just getting real deep into the woods here. Let's see. Guns and water magic. Guns, water magic, signature items. We also get we also get a favor too. I haven't really decided if that's like a patron, some contacts, or something like that. Well, we'll put a pin on this one. We'll put a pin on this one. I think in terms of good reputation, I think for now this is fine. Oh hey hon.
What's up?
Oh, I was just trying to figure out something for this character. Um, so we're set ourselves in a world based in techno fantasy, which means like dragons and guns exist in the same setting, and instead establish a character that has access to firearms and can control water. You know, like a waterbender, but with a Glock. Um, got somebody who's a bit of a conformist, wants everybody to get along. Was able to like achieve like a few things in their career. Some special items, a good reputation, a favor. They got somebody to take care of at home. Um, and I've decided that they were framed for something bad and just took the blame for somebody else. And they want to get rid of this bad reputation, but doing, but they know who did it, and they don't want them to take the fall for it. So they want to remove the bad reputation, but they don't want to prove who did it.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to fill in like the blanks here, and that's been kind of tough. Yeah. So we've got a character. Maybe it's something that could be extrapolated upon later on, or maybe not. I think we still have some good stuff here. We'll just have to think about what those things are later, because it might not be relevant entirely. Let's see. Hold on. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Okay. 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 I think I think a name I think we need to give our character a name. We actually need to give a few characters names. So, fantasy. Hold on. Can I get a fantasy name? Okay, so we've got a few names here. Let's drag it over to a new. Whoa, that's some crazy stuff happening there. Okay, hold on. Alien, Detective, Grease, Mirror Twin names. Ba ba ba. Oh my god, there's so many of these. Oh boy. Um, hmm. On one hand, it's so great that there's like so many different options. On the other hand, this is a lot. Oh boy. Okay. Magic user? No, no, wait, I think I know what that means. Gnome names. We're not playing a gnome. Otherwise, that would have been super useful. Uh, fuck. I suppose there's also real names. Um, uh, Huh. Let's um let's steal from Avatar. Hold on. Oh, the hell with it. Let's steal from a pop culture act. Let's steal from Avatar. Let's steal a waterbender name. Let's steal a water tribe name. What the hell? We'll steal two of these. Bach sounds good. Bach sounds good. Name. Bach. Name. We'll call... Let's see. Alright, wait, shit, where'd it go? Honic. We could probably just we could probably just put the we could probably just steal the names here and just put them into like different characters. Yeah, that sounds good to me. All right. I'm just going to put that over here and I'm just going to let's see. Name Tunu. And that's probably gonna be good for now. Let's see. Bach, Hanek, and Tunu are three characters that we have so far. Good reputation, signature items, and I guess whoever I still feel like it makes sense to tie it to the dependent. But yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I like to think it's tied to the dependent. Let's see. Do we I think younger sibling has no other family members to take care of them. Yeah. That's easy enough. In this case, they would rather not expose the one they took the blame for. Cool. I think we could probably get a general fear from this character, but I suppose we could maybe just start to maybe we can make it a little bit more dynamic and just tie like a random phobia instead of because I think we get like an inherent like idea that everything they do is just like conflict of interest just based on their personality. So let's see if we can. I don't know. Can we find a random phobia? Can we derive a random phobia? Random phobia generator. The fear generator. Oh right, yeah, shit. I forgot that's here. Um wait, what the wait, what's going on here? Oh, I didn't even realize that was like whoops. Silly me. Silly me. That's been like that the whole time and I didn't even realize it. Sorry, guys. Okay, so just gonna click the reset on that one and got some random phobias right here. Got random lists. Uh Fear of youth, fear of bad odors, fear of phone calls, fear of darkness, fear of the Pope, fear of gems and dirt, fear of everything, fear of birds, twice, fear of cattle, fear of fish. Actually, that'd be kind of funny. It's like I can control water, but I don't want to deal with fish. That is hilarious, actually. That seems like that would be a huge problem more than anything else. Given the abilities this character has. I think that's hilarious. Okay. I think this is good for now. Let's see. Exceptional mercenary work and leader. General negotiation skills. Was able to keep morale high. Morale with an E. During a tense combat scenario. Yeah, that makes sense. The two signature items we'll have to think about later. I think for now, Bach has been an exceptional militant waterbender who has a an intense fear of fish, which yeah uh tends to be pretty close to water. Tends to be pretty close to water. I would think it would be almost debilitating, but maybe they just don't. Maybe they just happen to live in an environment that is hyper industrialized. That has nothing to do with water. So we have a character, and it took us about 2 hours to get here. I do apologize. I like to think about these things a lot. So maybe we have at least an hour to think about what kind of story to put this guy through. So let's try to bring up the arc section. Okay, so arc. What's the trouble? What is the trouble? The trouble might be a few different things. Okay, so we are going to roll 2d6 just to have this ready. Okay. So what's the trouble? What is the main problem that our story, our session is going to be focused on? So we rolled a 2, a retrieval mission, and the retrieval is for 5 information. Arc. Retrieve information. Cool. So we might be dealing with a little bit of an espionage story, a little bit of an intrigue, little gather the intelligence, capture the intelligence, a little two fort with waterbending 2 fort, a little bit of deadlock. um, what's the holdup and what's the hitch? Our obstacle and complication, which I think we'll need to roll. We'll roll a 2d6 for the holdup, and then another 2d6 for the hitch. So let's do that one at a time. A 6 and a 3. So yeah, weather complication. Weather complications. We'll elaborate on each of these elements as we go along, but right now we're just trying to find our plot. A 3 and a 3. So 3. The main hiccup is misinformation, which oh boy, misinformation. I think in this instance, it's not that the information itself. I think the hitch is like the information itself that they're trying to retrieve isn't incorrect. It's just how maybe something about the mission itself is either uh there's just maybe like something about the mission and has some issues. Like what they're trying to retrieving isn't incorrect, but how maybe there's just something along the lines that something up to that point is let's see, important context about the mission is warped in some way. Yeah, for clarification, it could be somebody's like lying about it. There's a misdirection. Um, it's like incomplete info. Maybe that's due to the weather interference, where it's like they couldn't get the information to them. Uh, but yeah, there could be like something that maybe it's like, oh yeah, the maybe it's just the location's incorrect, the number of guards isn't incorrect, or it's like there's a sabotage waiting for their whatever it is. There's something about the mission that's like not understood, and it can just cause some unfortunate incidents. Um, Now, weather could be not a major issue if it's involving like rain or snow. We do have control water for a character. That could be something. But if we end up going with like a drought, that could be something. Maybe that's part of the misinformation. It's like they weren't quite sure. Anything else? Is there anything else we should be aware of? We're gonna roll 2d6 just in case, because it's like we get personal issues, we have to deal with that. So let's see. 2. Old friends or enemies involved. So let's just copy that and paste it in here. So that's our arc. Old friends, enemies involved. Yeah. It's probably best that this wasn't brought up. Woo! Haunted by origin or occupation hazard. That's funny. That's funny. Ah! Okay, so now we start asking questions here. We start asking questions. So it's like now we've got our arc to retrieve information. This is just ultimately a MacGuffin thing, so it doesn't really matter. So maybe it's just like why the information might be important. And why our character is going to be involved here. So I think this will likely be due to their military mercenary work and military competency. Um, so that makes sense. Why they would be sent here to, let's see. Buck is sent in on a reconnaissance mission. Sent in on a reconnaissance mission to retrieve info from enemy lines. Likely to be escorting with or by other mercs. Vital info for a future battle, most likely. Weather complications. Disrupting. And I think it's like so with weather complications we can do to like heavy storm. Let's see. Interference from storm disrupts communication lines. Storm makes travel much more difficult. Storm hinders visual and audio clarity on foot. So we have some ideas of like where things are gonna disrupts. Let's see. Now, yeah, the misinformation could be like a lot of things. So, what exactly would be missing from the fight? Well, I think this might have to do with the something else thing. Old friends or enemies involved. Old friends or enemies involved. Let's see. someone affected by the event Bach took the blame for. And yeah, we can probably give this character the name from this list. Let's say Valak. Valak is involved and still very upset. Surprise appearance? Question mark. Surprise appearances? Question mark. Yeah. I think that'll be what we'll be working with. Okay. So now let's try to think about hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right. So that's going to be the main mission here is trying to go in and retrieve some stuff. Um this won't be a stealth mission because of the arbitrary rules they've established, but we will likely have to deal with some sort of like combat and negotiation strategies. Let's see. And you know, a little bit of stuff like that too. So I think in terms of like dealing with this mission as it stands, um, we will have to consider some bit of a game loop. So I have the solo game loop, which was developed by the by Turk from the Grouch Couch. Um, there's a YouTube channel that you can look up, and it's also found on itch.io, itch.io. And this should help in terms of like trying to figure out like where the scenes are, what the task is likely going to be, what action needs to be established. And there's sort of like a shortcut. So set the stage. So where are we? What's going on? What's the danger? What are three important details that we should probably consider? And I think we do have like some location stuff that we can establish just for our first scene. Very convenient, very convenient. Um, I think these are going to be like our three main details for our first scene. But yeah, where are we? I think with our let's see, we could do a strange location, but I think it just makes sense to do like a general. Let's see. I think yeah, just ports and ships. We'll do it with that one. So our random number here, we got a 5. So first scene, first scene is at a cargo hauler. I imagine I think I would like to have this in media res. So it's like this is part of the mission. This is the cargo hauler setting up. Everything's sort of like getting heavy, stormy. Our characters are only getting the information as they are going along. Um, they're maybe not. Let's see. Uh, I would think they are either at a port waiting for the cargo hauler, or they are on a en route for the yeah, let's say it's like maybe they're not exactly waiting for a cargo hauler, or it's like they're trying to get to it. The information is critical info is stored in the ship. Mission is to get on to and retrieve info. So they're trying to get to it. They're trying to get onto that ship. The complicate weather makes it difficult to see and gain feedback from mission handler. So it's like I think for the most part the team's on their own here. It's like whoever Bach is working for, and whatever the mission handler is, they can't get immediate feedback for. You know, something's messing up with the towers. The storm issues. So it's like it's not so much as like they can't keep themselves dry with like an umbrella or anything. Actually, let's see just for the silliness of it. Um are they able Yeah, so it's like, hold on, let's think about this. Let's think about this. Could they use some sort of water bending ability to get themselves able to it's like it's a storm. So it's like, I don't know. I think it's like, could they keep themselves dry, or keep themselves like, could they work or could they use the water bending abilities to work around this? So let's think about this. Um because I think it's like they don't know whether there's like an immediate danger that is on the ship at the moment. Or it's like they're sort of like in the dark and a lot of stuff. So we could have an oracle set up. Because I think it yeah, so there is a supporting oracle with desired scenes, and we've got some narrative responses here. And we've got this desired scenes that's also something you can get in itch.io as well. Let's see, and you can see that is by David Lopez, and you can find their itch.io right there. And this is something that kind of helps with like the narrative response stuff, and just having a supporting oracle premise. Where and who gives you the mission? How do you prepare for it? And who's the companion? The trip. Play at least 2 events. Roll d6 versus 4. You arrive at your destination. 3. Play another event. Okay, so I guess maybe we should consider who the mission handler is, though I don't think it matters too much. Norim? Yeah. Mission handler. Who is Norim? It's nice to have a list of names just like right here. Very convenient. Very convenient. Okay. So maybe we have a few options. We can either just like charge in and hope for the best. We can try to figure out a way to like get a signal going and um try to work around that. We could use magic, which is very ill advised since we have zero. We only have the ability to use magic, but backlash is very likely. Um, so there's a few ways we can go about this just from this immediate scene alone. I like to imagine let's see. We could ask if like the cargo hauler. Yeah, I mean, let's just say the cargo hauler is like set on port. Um, but we need to figure out a few issues. So it's like we do we prioritize trying to get like live feedback from the handler, or do we just like charge in as is? Um, oh man, this is some tough stuff. This is some tough stuff. This is some tough stuff. This is some okay. But yeah, with the Oracle, with the Oracle stuff, we got a few options to consider. Um, I think just to just to figure. Let's see. Let's see if Oh, I didn't mean to minimize that. Let's see if let's see if like would they be able to see some kind of some kind of like uh digital tower center nearby that they could try to like buffer to gain additional information. I'm gonna say it's not super likely that they can do that. So we're just gonna say yeah, I'm gonna say this will be like a very unlikely thing. So if it's one or two, it's going to be on a one or two, there's going to be some probability that there'll be a tower. There is no tower. They're on their own. Um they're not going to be sneaky, but are there any guards available? They're just gonna have to like deal with the situation and hope for the best. Um, there's likely going to be some guards there, so we're just gonna say four or lower. Yep, and there's some guards, and our nuance is a two. Not only is there guards waiting there, there's a lot of them, and yeah, they are very. Oh boy, let's see. Choose a degree of probability. It know if you exceed the number. Oh boy. Yeah. Um there's a lot of them. There's a lot more than they were probably anticipating to deal with it. And yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to so I think it's like maybe they're going we could have the conformists try to lie and say it's like, oh no, yeah, we're I think it's like maybe we could try to get them to work with this and yes and the situation is like, well yeah, I mean yeah, we're trying. Yeah, it's like everybody's here, right? It's like good. It's like wanted to make sure that we're we're the extra reinforcements just in case, and we'll see if that works out. I don't have any specific threshold for this, but I'm going to say because there's a lot of people here, yeah, I'm gonna say it's because there's like a lot of people here, and maybe just keeping track of everybody would be just a little bit more difficult. So we're just gonna set this to easy. And because we have a +1 to negotiate, it's very like um we might have a better chance of dealing with that. Oh hell yeah, it succeeds. It's like yeah, they brush it off just pretty good. It's like yeah, sure, whatever. So they managed to like get by a lot of these, a lot of the security, and yeah, just kind of just blending into the crowd and just moving forward, and we're just moving on to the next scene. So I imagine it's like this allows them to get into the carrier. Um, is it possible that they encountered the complication early on inside? I'd like to think that there is. Like every I think every other scene that we deal with this, the complication is just going to be very likely. Um so let's just yeah, oh, and of course there's nuance. No, they don't encounter I think it's like they don't encounter them, but they maybe Villic it maybe they spot Villic passing by, like they become like suddenly aware that they're involved, and that makes things very difficult. So it's like they even if like the security realizes that they're there, Villic's gonna be a problem in sort of like personal getting up in their face about it. But thankfully, it's like not only do they not encounter them, they get an idea that they're there. So it's starting to become a little bit more of an issue. I think this is going to be like an impossible to negotiate out of scenario. So they're gonna have to do some investigation work. They're gonna have to be like a lot more cautious here, but they can't exactly like be sneaky. There's no stealth feature due to my own rules. But yeah, we have to um it should also be extremely likely that the intelligence would be easier to navigate to. Um, from here, like we're now like next scene, next scene in the holler got past the security. There were a lot of guys in there. Buck convinced the the front lines that they were extra members since there were already so many, they were hand waved inside. Managed to spot Balak before they did in turn, so avoidance was easy there. Must find some way to get to the intel. Okay. All right. So we've got that going for us. We got that. So we need to get the intel and get out. All right? Like they could I like to imagine there's at least Bach and 3 other guys there. So we've got like just to establish like 4 chances. Let's see. Okay. So since they're in, is there a way to get the intelligence without interacting with Vok? I'd like to think that is likely to encounter it, but the nuances might lead to some additional complication. Okay. Yes, they can get to it without alerting Vok. And yeah, so not only that, not only can they get to the intelligence, there might also be it's unguarded. Not only can they get to there without alerting it, it's completely unguarded. It just happened. They just happened to like get to it without like dealing with it. I think they were expecting like a lot of frontline defense to like completely dissuade anybody from like interfering with it. But since everybody's been so busy, it's just getting to it is just super easy. Now we have to deal with like some kind of narrative response. Because I think it's like manage to get to the intel without confrontation. Now is the matter of getting out. Cool. So we need to consider what the hell is going on now. So we're in here, and now we need to get the fuck out. We're already here. Now we need to like get out of here. I think so. What should we consider here? So what might be, is there some kind of complication that is so now that we get in, it's like it's going to be very tricky to get out. So can they, is there a way for them to get out over the edge to maybe swim away? This could be the opportunity to, I mean, it is a boat. It's like they got onto the boat. It's like they're on the deck. Could they, you know what? We might have the opportunity to use some of that water bending to see if that could be used to do a soft splash landing. So let's consider our rules for arcane talents here. So we roll a d6 to activate. And this is going to be some rough stuff. We roll 2d6 and hope to God we don't deal with a backlash. Okay, yeah, we got through that, and if it ended up being a backlash, we would have dealt with a wound or mutation. That would have sucked. Got to the side of the ship and used control water to generate a soft landing and swim. Generate a soft landing into the water. Okay, so now, is there any fish in the water? Since it's water, it's most likely. And okay. Not only that, 4. No nuance. There's fish in the water. Okay, so here is where we consider temperance, self-control. Self-control, because this is a fear fish. And we're just gonna do a moderate. We're just gonna do a bit of a moderate. So it's like, encountering this fish, does it lead to a freak out instant? Yes, it is. Found a fish in the water. Buck flips out and alerts the guards. So now Bach and his team are in the water as there's a bit of a fucking like splash zone effect of like this school fish. And now we have a bit of a conflict where all the guards are sort of like surrounding them, and they need to figure out a means of like escaping with the intel. Goal: escape with intel and lives out of the water while guards are shooting from the dock and ship. Yeah, this is and we've got must have 3 successes, can suffer 4 failures before game over. These are going to be our hard rules here. That's going to be our hard rules here. So we have 3 chances to figure out we have to like figure out a way to like get out of the water and to safety as quick as we can. And I think at this point it's like they know where the rendezvous is, so they're trying to get there as swiftly as they can. This is not a chase sequence either, so it's like whatever happened, a lot of this is going to be on foot, or on foot, relatively speaking. So we are going to try to figure out a way where it's like Bach can get themselves and whatever surviving members of the team through this environment. Yeah, all while like dealing with fish in the water. So this is just going to be like a lot of hard. This is going to be hard. We're not going to worry about like assistance or like specific numbers. So I think first thing is hey hon, what's up?
Your beasts are hungry.
Oh, they are? Oh yeah, it's almost 7. Damn. Well, this is a funny thing to do a BRB on. It's like our character Bach just managed to like freak out because there's some fish in the water, and now they're surrounded by guards with guns pointed at them, and they need to like get out. So yeah, funny how that turned out. So yeah, we're gonna do a BRB. Gonna feed some cats, and don't go anywhere. Will Bach survive this encounter? Stay tuned. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, was eating some really good bacon, egg, and cheese bread. And also just talking about like hypothetical wizard stuff, like what I would do, like what I would do if I was a wizard, and just like what kind of spells I would be casting, and it would almost exclusively be cruel and unusual spell castings. I would use my spells for evil exclusively. I anybody that annoys me even slightly, I would be casting like remove bones or convert bone marrow to gelatin, and they would just like turn to a blobfish like right at my feet. It's like, yeah, yeah, I could cast Fireball to kill everybody, but I could also just be casting cruel and unusual tormenting spells and just like I would be casting spells that make people wish they were dead. Because I'm just yeah. Yeah, they would call the cops on me and I would cast pig to wild boar and just convert pig to bacon. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish up our yeah, let's finish up our little scenario. What am I missing? Let's see. What am I missing? Oh, yeah. Right. So we've got a gauntlet. We have um oh, yeah, you're not supposed to see that. So, must have 3 successes. Can suffer 4 failures before game over. All right. So, I think um yeah, so I think this is going to be a lot of combat, a lot of getting creative with magic, and a lot of yeah, I don't think negotiation is going to be a thing anymore. So, I could say just like fight, roll, success, fight, roll, success, fight, roll, success. And yeah, I could do that. Or is there can I think of something a little bit more creative than that? I think I'm capable of that. Hold on, give me a moment. Give me a uno momento. Uno momento. Hold on. I need some water. Ah, that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff. I think that was all the water I had left right now. Oh, wow. Damn. Hot diggity. Okay, so it's gonna be a lot of 5 pluses. Is there a way I can think of to give myself some assistance here? Because there's fish in the water. There's a bit of a morale issue, to be entirely honest. Okay, so we never really established like how many extra members we have. Um actually I think we did. It's like there is okay, so we have yeah, so we have Bach and our 3 assistants, which we have to assign names to. Ham, Sotanar, and one more. Uh, Dickus. Nah, that's silly. Yeah, you know what? Dickus. Sure. Why not? Or Bickus. Hold on. Bickus Dickus. Yeah. Bickus Dickus. That's the name. Alright. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so we have our three individuals here. And yeah, so we're in the water with the fish. We need 3 successes to get out of here. And some means of like getting away. Um so we've got guards on the boat, guards on the docks. We have, of course, Valak, who is likely going to be extremely pissed at this entire situation, especially that since Bach is involved. So we have 1, 2, 3. So we have the docks, the ship, fish, and Phallic. Okay. Okay. So we could do a divide and conquer scenario, but yeah, it's like I think we need to figure out some means of like I would like to have some means of dealing with the let's see. Trying to think. Is there a way that these 3 could deal with the fish in a meaningful way that assures Bach gets some morale? I suppose they could try to like scare off the fish in some way. I'm trying to think of like whether that would. I think this could allow them the opportunity to. Let's see, one. So I think it's yeah, it would be a temper assistance. Yeah, yeah, I think it could be a temper assistance. So like sort of a reverse morale boost. And yeah. So we have an assistance of 1, 2, and 3. Maybe it wouldn't be like the let's see. Cool. Would that triple assistance be beneficial here, or would it be, let's see, 1, 2, 3? I mean yeah. One, ba, ba, ba. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think it would arguably be kind of worse, but I don't know. I think this they can have the assistance, but it would have to be like versus a. It would have to be versus a 6, since this is a very hard scenario. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba. So the highest of these rolls. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that's not gonna do it. So we have our first failure. The team tries to. Can I spell? To deal with the fish in the water so that Bach maintains some morale. The panic was not let's see. Despite their collaborative efforts, the panic was not subdued, and it came at so with the hellfire of guards one of their members suffered great wounds. Lu hum to the gunfire. Well, yeah, that sucks. I think the since the fish aren't necessarily going to go away, the best they could really do is try to, like, drag Bach away as they try to fire back at the surrounding forces. And with Handan, this with Ham done in for, this is going to be something that's gonna be a lot harder than it probably would have been had they not like dealing with this incredible phobia of morale. So one failure. So I think they're going to try to swim and fight back. So this will be a fight with an assistance of 2. Oh, didn't mean to click that. A fight with the assistance of 2. Okay. Okay. And yeah, they do yeah, there is a success. There's definitely a success here. All right. As they swim away in panic, they fire back at the on the higher grounds, managing a few well placed shots to deal with the opposition, taking out the ones stationed at the docks. Of course, the ship crew moves down with Valak to seize the stolen intelligence. Okay. Okay. One success. Um, so we need at least three more successes. We need at least two more successes, and we can endure three more failures. I'm trying to think what else. I would assume like being out of the water means that um yeah, it means that Bach should be able to maintain some composure again, and just getting out, trying to get back out to the docks, I think would try to see if they can also just like you know ride the wave to crash the excessive waters towards their pursuers to gather and escape. So we'll try to do that. Um, I think. Hmm. Let's ask if the two remaining individuals know any sort of arcane talent as well, to see if there could be like some kind of assistance in this role. I'm gonna go by coin toss. No. At least no for one of them. No for both of them. So yeah, this is just gonna be a hard call. Okay, here we go. All right, so now 5 and 6 is going to be our success. There's no modifiers to this roll whatsoever, so we're going to hope that there's something that happens here. 3. It is a failure, but not a backlash, so it could have been worse. Bach attempts to control water to attempt to hold back their pursuers, but with no success. The crew achieves a clear shot at on it Soninar. Let's see. Soinar dealing grievous wounds. Two failures. Okay. All right. Crew and Valak catch up on the dots. Okay, so we need two successes here to deal with this. I forget. It's like yeah. Per scene, 3 pass to win, 4 fails to lose. Yeah, we're not in a particularly great situation for our protagonists. Not a great situation to be in. No, sir. Okay. Okay. So uh let let me think. Let me think. So it's not likely that negotiation's going to be so I think the best they could do is try to suppress fire try to return fire as best they can as they make it back to the rendezvous point. Um, yeah, so we're just gonna do that. I think since they're back on land, it should be back down to moderate. So, 5 or more. Which should be fine. Okay. 4. That is a 4 here, but remember, we do get a +1 from our fight, so that is enough. Buck and Dickus return fire as they make it to the rendezvous point. Many of the crew were suppressed, yet Valak remains adamant in chasing down Buck. 2 successes. I think Buck would be hesitant to. I think with Buck, I think Buck wouldn't want to attack Valak here, as it's just. I think it probably wouldn't be to anybody's benefit to like kill this guy, but I think maybe Buck, just knowing that Valak's adamance is part of, an unjust attempt, would probably want to deal with the situation non-lethally. And maybe just doing another like control water effect, just to push this individual away in a matter that just to use the water from the coastline just off the docks to just like push them away and give them a means of escape. That makes sense to me. So we are going to make this roll one more time and hope it doesn't result in a backlash. Thankfully it doesn't, but that is still a failure. Buck tries again to use the coastline water to push away Valak non-lethally, but to no avail. This results in laying a fatal wound onto Dickus. Three failures. That's this is not looking too good. This is not looking too good. Not looking too hot at all. Not looking too hot at all. Oh man, if I set this to a veteran, we could have had some like plot point stuff here, but I set to seasoned. So we have just one more shot at this. Okay. So back to our options. We are low on team members. I think just since it's just these two by themselves, there would probably be within a situation where it's like they can have like a one-on-one conversation. Valak is not going to let Bach go out of sheer principle of just. I think this is less to do with like Bach, you know, violating something along the lines of their allegiance to whoever this faction is, but more so of like this personal grievance that was done upon them. And so Bach is maybe trying to maybe would try to say it's like, listen, I know how you feel about me, but it wasn't me. I didn't mean to have any of this happen, and it's not how it seems to be. And what happened to you wasn't I was not the one to do this upon you, but and I think Valak would probably be like very adamant and trying to just like, well, if it wasn't you, then who? Who? It's like I can't tell you that. All I can tell you is that you did not deserve what happened, and while it is not my place to apologize, I am very sorry. And this would be a very difficult negotiation. That they are trying their best. That they're trying to best is like you have to trust me. It's like regardless how you feel about me, it's like I have to do this. It's like you can't honestly believe that these people have your best interest in mind, or something along those lines. I'm not being a great role player right here. I'm just sort of thinking it's like, as a Hail Mary, what would be the last thing that they could probably do? And I would think this would definitely be a hard roll to make. So, this would require a 5 or 6. Like they do have, like Bach has a +1 negotiation, but it's still a slim chance. So they have to roll a 5 or 6 to succeed in this. Oh God. Oh, that's not great. Bach, alone with Valak, tries to appeal to their sense of responsibility and goodwill to allow them to escape with the intel. Valak is having none of it and knocks down Bach. 4 failures. Oh man, this is some rough stuff. Bach is now Bach and the recon team are now left at the mercy of Valak and the faction they have aligned themselves with. To be continued. Yeah, that's well, that's an unfortunate end to that scene. That's an unfortunate end to that scenario, but that was fun. That was fun. Yeah, that felt like a pulpy. That felt like a real tense pulp adventure. It's like, what's gonna happen next? What's with all this drama? What's gonna happen from here on out? I obviously have to like flesh out some more dynamic rules from here on out, and maybe just maybe like some additional contingencies to work around this. But yeah, that was fun. That was really really fun. Maybe also strategizing how I use some of these mechanics would have helped too. But yeah, I hope that shows that even with extra advantages, it's not guaranteed success. It's like statistically, it does give you better odds. Like, hold on, like all these dice. If I wanted to have like a 6, that would have been great. Um, but yeah, it's like if I need something that was like a 5 or 6, that would not have helped me whatsoever. Um, but yeah, that was fun. That was fun. I yeah, I know this is a little like this is probably like a lot drier than I think what most people are expecting from like a video game or something like that. But that was, I don't know. I hope that was like a fun, like a creative endeavor to see what was going on. Um, Especially just to think of this kind of context. I had a good time. I thought it was fun. I thought it was interesting. Um, but yeah, I would love to do something like this again and just do like more solo RPGing stuff. Maybe continue the adventures of Bach, the gun wielding waterbender, and the techno fantasy Wild West shit that was going on there. Maybe or do something else entirely. Um, I definitely want to try out some more stuff. That was crazy. That was nuts. Anyway, um, yeah, if you made it this far, thank you so much. It's been great to yeah. So I'm just gonna call it a night. So yeah, to those of you who decided to stick around as long as you have, whether you're watching this live and lurking around or watching this as VOD, it's been great to have you around. Um, I'll try to do another one of these in the future. Next week will just be like a digital the Joy Digital Pain, or you know, just my usual art streams. Um, Past that, actually, hold on. I just realized I'm a little off center. I'm a little off center. That's good. That's good. Just could, yeah. So, um, oh yeah, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Yippee. So yeah, it's been great having you around. Um, yeah. So tomorrow I'll be playing a miscellaneous games night. I think this weekend's gonna be my busiest weekend yet. Now that I've got 2 miscellaneous games night coming up starting tomorrow and Sunday. And of course I've got Hollow Knight on Saturday. So yeah, just gonna be gaming for the next few days. That's crazy. I mean, I've got not much else to do, so I was like, might as well make the most of my time. Don't expect this to be a regular thing though. I'm just making exceptions. But yeah. Anyway, it's been fun. Uh, Hope you had a good time. Yeah. Hope you all had a good time. I definitely did. This was really fun. And I'll yeah, take care of yourselves. Hope you have a wonderful week evening. Hope I have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you next time. Bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye. And goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen. Ciao. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. Goodbye.